Hello, gamers. Happy Wednesday. It's just Wednesday for me. I don't know. It might not be Wednesday for you anymore, but it's Wednesday for me. Hello, everybody. Hello, how's it going? Hello, Abaddon. How are you doing? Camera angle. How are you doing? We were asleep yesterday. Oh man, it's okay. No worries. I know I stream. My evening streams are kind of like a late time for you. But yeah, we finished case 3. We are on the final case of Ace Attorney 4 now, and things are already kind of wild. My bangs are being wild today as well. But yeah, it's Thursday for you. Oh my god, Thursday. It's still Wednesday for me. It is still July 3rd, which means it is still Naramitsu Day for me. So happy Naramitsu Day. If you don't know, July 3rd, 7-3 is Naramitsu Day because I think the na sound is 7 in Japanese, and then the mi or whatever I think is the 3 or something like that. So it's Naramitsu Day, right worth day. Literally, I don't think anything in this game happens on July 3rd concerning them, but you know, they've decided this is their day based on nomenclature alone. So you know what? Happy day for them. Did not know. Yeah, apparently it's a thing. I learned last year at this point too. So this is my second year celebrating it. My second year. I finished June of last year is about when I finished the original trilogy. So I've been an Ace Attorney fan for a bit over a year now. And I'm so happy. I love this series so much. And we're gonna get into some more Power Justice today. Definitely not gonna finish today. Next week for sure we'll finish Ace Attorney 4. Then we'll move on to Dual Destinies. But yeah, we're playing Apollo's game. Apollo's solo game, basically, I guess. But yeah, it is such a cool game. It really is. I'm very happy. It's a wonderful series. Look at this photograph! That was very delayed, I'm sorry. My mic is delayed from the computer audio for me. Yuka, welcome. How is it going for you? How are you doing? But yeah. I think we might just get through the courtroom stuff today. I honestly have no idea what to expect, because this is a very unusual case that we've been given. I won't say much until we get into the game, but the circumstances of this case are very odd. It's going well? Glad to hear that. Awesome. Hope you're having a goof time indeed. I am having a goof time indeed. My bangs are being very floppy. Good time. You know, we have good times and goof times. I think good times and goof times can be had simultaneously. Yeah, I'm doing quite alright. Pretty casual day. I know a lot of people are like off like today, tomorrow, and Friday in the States because like the July 4th tomorrow. I don't have any like plans going on. This will be the last case. Yeah, we're on the final case in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, the 4th game of the series. And the finales are always a doozy. I guess many things are gonna happen. Many revelations are going to be had. And I wonder if I was rewatching parts of the VOD last night, actually, from last night. And I think I may have some crackpot theories that may not be crackpot, considering this is Ace Attorney, and it's like a whole soap opera. So some of my theories might happen, might not, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, that's where we are. Alright, anything else going on? Yeah, for this Saturday, I was gonna see if maybe I could fit in another weeknight stream this week, but I just couldn't. Part of me is like, I need to like stay on track with like Apollo Justice, and like I don't want to like take time off of that to play 14, but then I also want to play 14 and be ready for Dawn Trail, although ready for Dawn Trail is probably not the right phrase since it's already out, but I guys, call what's gonna happen up front. Wait, when did I call what's happening in P3? Like, without getting into too details, did I like predict something in P3, like way before it happened? I may have, who knows? I think my best moment was when, in the Great Ace Attorney, where I correctly predicted something in the very first case that wasn't revealed until the final case of the second game. And I was like, it was like a half joking, half serious prediction. And it turned out to be real. So, yeah, that's happened before. Anyways, after this one, I don't know what things are gonna be real, because I have seen some things on Twitter of Apollo Justice, so I'm not playing this game 100% spoiler-free, unfortunately. I'm glad that something that I had been spoiled on was dealt with in the very first case, so I didn't have to like pretend to not know by then. Briz, welcome. How are you doing? Thanks for being here. So yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to pretend I didn't know that Redacted was a bad person. But there is one other big thing that I know that has been spoiled to me that hasn't like been revealed yet, and it's like, I don't want to have to pretend anymore, you know? But it's fine, it's fine. It is so fine. Just like Apollo, we're fine. Yeah, and it's honestly, knowing those things is not tarnishing my enjoyment of the game at all. It's fine. But I still have other theories. I still have other theories that I do not know. Mayhaps they can be true. Who knows? Who knows? Things like this happen all the time. Who knows? But yeah. I still need to get my things in the Steam Summer Sale. I need to make a list of what I want to get. I need to like actually remember to buy them before the sale goes away. I know there's like another like week and a half or so of it, so like there's no rush, but I want to get them before I forget. Maybe next year we'll get to Final Fantasy X. Man, maybe, because I want to get Final Fantasy IX for sure in the sale. But Final Fantasy X just sitting in my library, the first Final Fantasy that I ever bought, still unplayed, despite having played over 1,000 hours of 14 and then playing OG7. Next year, I don't know if we'll be able to get to Remake, 7 Remake this year. I haven't bought it yet, but I plan on getting it in the Steam sale, yeah. I do plan on doing that. Yeah, I didn't buy it yet, but I will. That's the plan. Man, I remember thinking I was gonna go right into like 7 Remake right after I finished OG7, because the brain rot was real, but then I was also playing 14 a lot at the time. I was in the middle of Shadowbringers while playing 7, and I just wanted to continue with 14. Honestly, the 14 brain rot kinda threw a wrench in my scheduling plans for this year of gaming, but that's okay. That's okay. I love 14 very much, and I'm glad that I'm streaming it, like, with some regularity now. I think that might be like our dedicated Saturday game unless something else takes over. Final Fantasy X next year is a solid plan. Yeah, I gotta think about what other backlog games I want to get to. Maybe Final Fantasy X, 7 Remake, and Crisis Core. Because I have the Remake version of Crisis Core, so I think I should play Remake before Crisis Core then. So I'm not like not thrown into like a new gameplay that I haven't experienced yet, you know? But yeah, there's that. So many games. And also, whenever it happens, maybe sometime next year, Metaphor will probably take us 3 months to finish. I don't know how long it's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know how long either. If it's the only thing that I play, it could be like a month and a half, because it took me about a month and a half to stream Persona 3 Reload, and it was, my finishing time for that was about 102 hours. But if that was the only thing that I streamed, and I did have some longer streams for that as well. So if I only stream Metaphor and have some longer streams, I could get through more quickly. Yeah, the answer. 2 weeks tops, you think? That's what I hope. Because I'd like to play in the interlude, mayhaps play Ace Attorney Investigations before Metaphor. I do want to play Metaphor like around the time it releases, but Miles Edgeworth calls, and I must answer. And I also, I will have played all of the, not mainline, all of the Ace Attorney games, aside from the Professor Layton one. Because I think, yeah, we have the 6 mainline games, Investigations, and then the Great Ace Attorney. And then they're all going to be available in the West now. We play Metaphor non-stop on day one. I'm so excited for you. Like, I know your like excitement is it's infectious for Metaphor. Like, I'm very excited for it, and then I love seeing people be excited for things. It makes me excited for them. I love it. I just love when people have things to look forward to. It's fun. Yeah. Anyways. At that rate, we might not get to... I don't know how long it's gonna take. If we finish it in like a month and a half, that could be up to December. December will be 1 year since I have played a Yakuza game. I was hoping to get to Yakuza Kiwami 2 this year, because I played Kiwami in December of last year, and I didn't want to go a full year without playing Kiwami 2. But that might happen. I want to get back to Yakuza really badly too. It's just fun and painful, but mostly fun. I miss Majima. I need to see more Majima. But then I also want to play Nier. I want to play Nier Automata as well. I think that one's kind of a higher priority for me. Not just because I want to get rid of the Nier raids in my quest list in 14, but I really want to play that as well. And Dawn Trail, yeah. I'm thinking maybe Dawn Trail after Apollo Justice. And that could take us up to the answer, depending on timing. But yeah, I'm thinking Dawn Trail after Apollo Justice, if we do the Endwalker patches on weekends. If we stick to that schedule, I think that should be fine, yeah. We'll be ready for Dawn Trail whenever Apollo Justice is done. And I still have a lot of unfinished side content to do in 14. I'm still debating whether to stream the Pandemonium raids too. Maybe that could be like a bonus Sunday stream or something, the Pandemonium raids. Because the story for that one looks really good. And if the story is really good, I may want to stream it. And also playing with people in chat means I don't have to wait for queue times. Because raid queue times, queuing for a specific raid can take some time, especially as a DPS, which I may do them as DPS or healer, I don't know. I've been working on my tanks a lot though. I'm up to level 68 warrior. Soon I'll need to get some, I'll need to get my level 70 tombstone gear for warrior, or for tanks. Right now I'm trying to get some level 80 scouting gear for Viper, and just inventory management. It sucks. I'm so bad at it. But we do the best we can with it. I also have a full set of level 80 crafting gear, despite my crafters being like level 74 and 75, because I was capped on crafters scripts from like daily turn-ins and stuff, or like, you know, custom deliveries, and I had to spend them on something, so I bought the level 80 set of crafters gear despite not despite not being able to use it yet. So maybe I could put that gear in my saddlebag or something, who knows? Anyways. Yeah. Inventory management is not one of my strong suits. But anyways. Should we start the game? Should we get into the game? Start, more games. Start making some progress on game. Alrighty. Anyways, let us continue with the parlor justice. It's justice time. I love the way that he actually says it's justice time in game. He's such a loser. He's the most guy ever. Wait, did I not even open the game? I'm so dumb. But yeah, he is the most guy ever. And I love it. My inventory in Diablo games are always in shambles. Oh no. I always have a bad habit of hoarding items, but items are meant to be used. But in 14, it's mostly like crafting items and stuff. So it's not like consumables. Well, I have like food items for like buffs and stuff, and I do go through those. But anyways, so we're about to go into our first day of trials for Turnabout Succession. I don't know what to expect, since this is supposedly is a trial run of of the judicial system, or the jurist system, since apparently they decided to now just start using juries in the year of our Lord 2026. And apparently it's a real case too. I don't know what to expect. I mean, I'm assuming Clavier's gonna prosecute, but I think it'd be interesting if we have a different prosecutor for this too, but who knows. Yeah. And apparently the victim in this case has been, like, following me. Japanifornia does have a complex legal history. It does indeed. Oh, now I want to talk about the crackpot theory that I had. I was rewatching the part at the very beginning where they showed the Gramarye troupe members with Valiant, Zach, and that woman. That woman kind of looks like Lamarar. So my crackpot theory, we don't know about Lamarar's past. She doesn't know it either. She was in an accident where that's when she lost her sight. Maybe that's when she lost her memory too. We don't know when this accident happened. We don't know what it was. But we know she was not born in Borginia. I don't know how, if my theory is true, I don't know how she ended up in Borginia. But I don't know. If we learn more about her and her accident was 7 years ago, that's gonna make me more suspicious. But she did kind of look like her. And if she 7 years ago was part of the troupe and then somehow ended up in Borginia after this accident, who knows? I don't know. That's sort of my crackpot theory, but this is Ace Attorney, so can it really be called a crackpot theory? Weird things like that happen all the time. So, anyway, let's go. Here's our client, who does not talk very often. Good morning.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trissy. Trissy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right, right?
I'd be terrified too if I was going into a whole new judicial system for my own trial where I'm being sued for murder or whatever.
We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please.
I don't know what she saw last night too.
Good morning.
Oh, words!
Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself.
Trucy, don't say that to a girl. You don't say things like that to a girl. Come on. Let's take it easy for starters.
Thank you for taking my case.
Oh. That's a full sentence. There she goes with the nail polish again.
And that's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try?
Oh, really? Girls. That's why you like men, huh? The victim, Drew Measham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. And apparently he's been stalking me or something, or at least following my career path. What if that's Apollo's dad? Who knows? Oh, it is Clavier. Hi. I mean, why wouldn't it be, you know? We will now... oh no, Judge, are you okay? Begin the trial of Vera Measham.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous-like.
The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts.
Daddy's secret mission!
The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurist, judge well and judge cool. All right. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies there, Judge. Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Measham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. Well, according to Emma, it was the rim of the mug. Who? Why none other than the defendant, Vera Measham.
Objection!
one objection right out the gate. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Ooh. Achtung. Someone has been doing their homework. Oh yeah, we're getting rid of that right off the bat, yeah. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Atroquinine poisoning. Okay. The victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Oh my god, me and 14. That's my preferred melee DPS at the moment. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Is he like sniffing out a scoop there? Alright. Well, for starters, my name's Smart Marshall. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park's sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream.
Is that a toothbrush and a toothpaste in his pocket?
I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel.
Yes, he thinks he's all of that. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Good one. Because they're literally out of the room. Alright.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Ahem. Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. I love it. Oh, brother. You didn't do it, did you?
Not anything like that. Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote.
Isn't that kind of how every Ace Attorney case goes? Wild accusations rock courtroom. Rock indeed.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Alrighty. Okay, around 9 o'clock. Sorry. 9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview?
If the great painter Drew Meacham says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? Alright, the first outsider. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio.
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy, end quote.
So he's a clout chaser. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reasons that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go? Alright.
Hold it!
You mind being a little more specific?
Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade.
God damn it. It's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air 4 is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really.
Well now, if you got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary.
Probably since 20 minutes bleaching his teeth after every cup of coffee, literally, yeah.
Right for a grade schooler, that's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you.
Oh my god, this man. Who touched the coffee?
No. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
Hold it!
What's this about a star? Apollo, do you not know, figures of speech?
Starfalls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money, over. Zowie, you don't know! That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really.
Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, let's punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, let's imagination. Of course, you can go with Drew dies, straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. What was his own coffee like? So you drank the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What's for you getting at, then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Do we want to add this to the thing? 2 cups on the tray she brought. Well, I'm guessing we'll have a chance to, like, maybe change it and ask about something different and then add something else to the, testimony. We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that's important. Alright, add that to the testimony. Alright. There's coffee right after we started. Well, I'm gonna press the last one to see what he has to say. But if that one gave us a prompt, I'm guessing that's gonna be the statement that we do something with. Can you say that for sure?
For sure, I'm sure. Drew's studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I noticed someone else had come in.
What if they'd been hiding in there from before?
Objection!
Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
You think I, Spark Brushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way! He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job.
There's only one moment we need to focus on, really.
The moment when Drew Mishan died?
Exactly. There has to be something there. Alright. Shit. I'm gonna press this. I feel like this might have been the wrong statement to add, or the wrong thing to ask about.
I gulped it down without that sweet scorch in my throat.
But you say the victim took 1 sip and fell over, and you still kept drinking?
Of course! Drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to always say. Never really knew what he meant by it.
Let's talk about his coffee. You say Mr. Misha my coffee, too. Did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet what? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. In one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it, wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick.
It's an illusion, Brushel!
Anyone want to venture a guess, for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Well, let's... Dang it, and then immediate... You can go to press with that one. Well, I'm gonna press the Q button and press U. Alright. I feel like it might be the other one. He had one sip, if that. The next moment he was on the floor. I don't... It's a slow-acting poison, though. I'm gonna try this right now.
Objection!
There we go. So we didn't immediately collapse from poison. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atropine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? That's what comes with being on the defense's side. Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it is absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Measham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. He's so skinny, with his shoulders up and everything. Oh no, what's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Slow-acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Here, Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion, end quote.
I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say, auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. But you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Damn! Baiting him like that. Scoop. Scoop!
Look, oh wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote.
Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Bribing him with perjury.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, see?
And where did you hear that from? That's not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Measham died the instant after he drank. Would he have then been poisoned earlier? Could he have been poisoned before then? Did he, like, ingest anything before that or drink anything out of that mug earlier? What if the atroquinine on there is like a diversion or something? I mean, we did find traces of it, here. So he may have ingested it earlier, and that was about 15 minutes later. He took a sip, and that's when it started to kick in.
I'm staying by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ah, I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix, right? Who else? Achtung, Herr Bruschel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jurist system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Alright.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope.
The letter, yep. There was poison on the letter and he licked the envelope. That's my guess. There was poison on the envelope that he was licking, mayhaps.
I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Measham. But that means Vera's innocent.
But someone... in the middle of an interview? Sorry, that made me think of... I thought I was going to say in the middle of a trial, and the answer to that is yes, Apollo, unfortunately.
Oh.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. I don't know how the poison could have gotten there, and what it might have to do... It might have something to do with this. But it's definitely gotta be poison on the envelope, or at least that's my theory. If he was licking the envelope. Yeah.
Hold it!
Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Measham?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Was anyone else besides Mr. Measham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Bruschel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Romsden phenomenon ploy.
Romsden phenomenon, what's that? Is that a... I want to know what that is. I like learning about phenomenons and things like that. What is that called? What is that? A Pickering emulsion. A Romsden emulsion, sometimes named Pickering emulsion. Oh, it's a physics thing. It's a physics thing. Okay, I don't know physics. I thought it was like one of those like mental things or like some kind of attorney's trick or whatever, you know? I like learning about like mental like phenomenon, like psychology and stuff like that. But yeah.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect,
I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? Okay.
Hold it!
So he put the letter away when he saw you?
early reporter gets worm, end quote.
There was this envelope. Was this the envelope in question? We can't look at the outside of it and everything. I don't know.
And that's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of
hiccup. 15 minutes ahead of schedule, oh boy. I mean, I know early is on time is late, that kind of thing happens, but you know what? If someone tells me they're coming at 9 o'clock, I want them to come at 9 o'clock. I don't want them to come at 8:45. I'm not gonna be ready at 8:45.
The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in!
Oh my god, buddy. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Measham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as it...
Yellow? So it's not this one. Was this dated from 7 years ago? I mean, it doesn't say it in the description. I'm trying to remember if they said this envelope was dated from 7 years ago. Yellow. Yellow envelope.
I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
Does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice? Add it to the testimony, please. Unless I'm gonna present the envelope there.
My account comes free of charge.
It was a yellow envelope. It was left at the crime scene.
Hold it!
And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. Apollo, you think this might be...
Our big break, yeah. Decisive evidence. Alright. I just want to press the last two for whatever dialogue we get.
I like to see what they have to say.
You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time?
Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote.
Oh my god, buddy. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Meacham's behavior?
Well, yeah. And that's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Alright. Alright.
Hold it!
Oh, suicide note.
Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know?
So you didn't actually check the letter?
Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote.
You can always check the label, yeah.
Do you think Mr. Meacham was writing a suicide note?
If he was, he would solve the case in a jiffy.
It kind of makes me wonder about that letter.
I'm guessing we're gonna... yeah.
Objection!
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. Oh my god, good lord! What are you doing, buddy? What is that, like some kind of like Officer Meekins choking thing? Prosecutor Gavin, yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But your forehead... It's easy to mistake as the color of an envelope. Not a bright red one, buddy, unless you're Godot. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago. Yeah, 7 years. That is an old one. Well, Mr. Brushel?
I can explain that. Drew, right? You wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight? Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away.
Well, you know, his head got so skinny to begin with. Yeah, it just gets like more elongated every time he ties himself up like that. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. He had been putting the letter he had been writing. This letter was, he was not writing this letter. It was addressed to him. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. Ooh, stop flirting with me across the courtroom, buddy. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with, the assistance of a forensic scientist. But, note that this letter is addressed to Drew Meacham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
Buddy, please release the tension from your shoulders. Mr. Brushall, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots.
End quote. How old are you? Don't make me feel old as well. 36. You're 36. Please do not call yourself old. I will cry. Oh my god, buddy. I mean, I'm not. I have like another 10 years before I turn 36, but I still don't want to imagine that as old. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushall.
Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Meacham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp.
A stamp. That may have been poisoned. 'Cause I was thinking, like, this does look like... I was wondering if there could have been like a postage stamp in here, but first off, it would be kind of weird to keep a postage stamp in a frame like this. But it is kind of like a square shape, or like roughly like the shape of a postage stamp. So if it was stuck there, although how would you put poison on the stamp that, like, before peeling it off or something? I don't know. Maybe somebody like I don't know. Poison stamp. Somehow it didn't lose its stickiness when they put the poison on it and he put it back on the stamp reel. Who knows? A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, it's a mailless letter. What else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw...
Wrong, buddy. Empty. Wrong. Nope. Apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story!
Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. False. End quote. Buddy, what is wrong with you? As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Oh yeah, we're exposing him as a forger, I guess. I'm not talking about the Spy Family forger. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing.
I'm getting old. No. I don't think we can let you go, like, right now, buddy. No. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone. Sorry, I'm getting a little cold. I feel like I'm gonna be too hot with my jacket on, but too cold with it off. Why does this always happen? I should hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that a rather unique face.
Ah, come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote.
You didn't even need to perceive that, buddy. Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter Lavager's story gets this interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
7 years.
That red envelope probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, the Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes! You just admits it!
God damn it. Oh my god. Buddy. Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look! This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
He's so dumb. These witnesses are so dumb, telling on themselves like this.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there?
But what the... Ew, you're disgusting. Don't put that on your glasses and then in your mouth. What is wrong with you?
What if some Molly Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? Make me go into press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Yeah, 7 years. The magic phrase. Oh, we're gonna do some perceiving here. Well, I'll press everything first, just to see what they have to say. The victim, Drew Measham, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? Alright.
Hold it!
Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one, like I said.
If it was the one that got Phoenix disbarred, I wouldn't call it little.
Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest.
So a suggestion was enough? Must be a serious case. Must have really wanted to keep it under wraps, huh? A certain case from 7 years ago. Huh. What case?
Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case.
Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and stodginess and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
Get Maya Fey in here and then they will. Are there no spirit mediums in this? Like, what's Maya up to these days? Like, probably, you know, Karine Master responsibilities, I guess, but we don't have any spirit mediums in the room right now.
Our chances of breaking its will aren't looking good.
I'm guessing that's gonna be where Artel is. I don't know, to get him to talk about this case from 7 years ago.
Hold it!
I don't know. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote.
Nano, welcome! How did Hair Wobble end? Hair Wobble. Oh yeah, that guy. He's guilty. He's guilty, gone, and now we're doing a trial sort of thing. Which Ace Attorney games have I played? I've played the original trilogy and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And then I plan on playing Investigations when it comes out later this year, or when it gets ported later this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good ending. He's gone. I don't know what's gonna happen to the band now. What are the Gaviners up to? Do they have a new guitarist or something? What's going on there? But yeah, we're testing out a jurist system here. We're only getting a jury now.
I say a lot of things. You're gonna pick them all apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Meacham? His talent.
Hold it!
Do you know that he's a forger? Or just how amazing was Mr. Meacham's talent?
Huh? I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star.
You know he's a forger, huh?
The flows of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints like light up.
Oh, sorry, my throat. Wacky gestures. Worse than a point. That one just. Oh, this is where we're gonna do that. So this is where we're gonna perceive. You know what?
That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
You can use the toothbrush to get rid of it. All makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
I wonder what the story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to drag Drew Meacham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it has something to do with Mr. Meacham's art? Alright, let us proceed. Say what you will. Drew Meacham's talent. Maybe, hold on. Say what you will. But Drew Meacham's talent? Alright, I didn't see anything there. Huh. Maybe this is the wrong place to perceive, I don't know. Oh my god, why? I don't know. I mean, based on the comment when I pressed that last statement, it made it sound like I perceived the last one, but something about a stranger than usual gesture, but a certain case from 7 years ago. I don't think it's gonna be this, but I just wanna... cover all my bases. Huh. I don't... Huh. Something about his talent. Is he sweating? Oh my god, am I gonna proceed? There's no fucking way. Oh god, Apollo! What the hell, Apollo? God damn it. We're gonna expose this man in multiple ways. God damn it. Oh, yeah, it just conveniently perspires right at that moment and then instantly dries up.
Gotcha!
I love Ace Attorney. God damn it! Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, I get sweaty, just like a certain ace detective. A man can't help his glands, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Mishan's talent was mentioned... Apollo... I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. How do you, Apollo, god damn it. You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where his true talent lay.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. I'm guessing we're gonna show you, the unfinished one, because we can see the sketch is not the same. I mean, this is a stolen one. I'm gonna go with this one.
Take that!
Damn it. I thought it was because the sketch was different. Alright, well...
Man burns bridge, forgets to cross first.
Is that a Bridge to Turnabout reference? Although Phoenix didn't do the burning, but he did do the running after it was burnt. Alright, I'll go with the one that was, that one that was stolen. I'll go with the real one then.
Take that!
This painting was found in Mr. Measham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Measham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done! Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. Were you involved in this, this forgery operation, mayhaps? The business of making forgeries. Oh! Got him. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, everyone! Can we keep this private, please? Oh, this is my story, my scoop!
Forgery? That's a serious crime.
Drew Measham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art meaning? Forgery?
Drew Measham is talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging...
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Did he forge something in Phoenix's case where he got disbarred? Oh, shit! Oh, no!
The rumor started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Was this for the piece of evidence that got Phoenix disbarred? Is this from Kristoff? Maybe? I don't know.
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote.
Goddamn. Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
Maybe our investigation sucked! But how do you explain all this money? Yeah, artists don't make money! People don't pay artists what they deserve! Somebody paying an artist $100,000, that's unthinkable! You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity there.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Did Phoenix choose this case because he knows it relates to his disbarment somehow with the forged evidence? Is this his way to get back into the legal system? Is this way to prove his innocence in the forgery or something? Does he know that Kristoff wrote that? Or how would he know about the letter though? But does he know Drew Measham forged evidence that got him disbarred and chose this for that reason? Because Phoenix is smart. He's scheming along. He's been scheming a lot here. Even in the very first case, he was scheming to get Kristoff arrested and proven guilty there. Just on the fly like that, he was able to do that. Anyways, only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Breschel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it.
End quote. Asha, welcome. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. We can ascertain the situation in the studio from the recap. The trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, and the killer had to be Vera, that's what. Alright, I do need to run to the bathroom. I know, I don't know how long ago that last ad was. I'm gonna run an ad while I go to the bathroom so we don't get one later, but I'll be back in a moment. Yeah. I will return in a moment. Oh my god, I leave and come back to see that there's now a 30-second ad right after the other one that I just did. Wow, well, perfect timing, I guess. Anyways, we're gaming again. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, we're back to gaming. You're playing the Furio Tigre case on this one achievement. Oh, is it the achievement for getting all of the John Armstrong dialogue? Because that one's a doozy. That was probably the longest achievement it took me to get to. I had to replay quite a bit. But yeah, I wish you the best of luck in that, because that's a doozy one. Yeah. I don't know, understandable, yeah. Because I didn't even remember what phrases I had gotten and which ones I didn't. So I just went through, like, I've had a list of them, and I just went through the list until I got the achievement, not even knowing which ones I had missed. But we got there in the end, and that's what matters. Alright. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Oh, shucks, you really think so?
I don't know where that accent came from. I was like,
Yeah, really think so? A lot of hard accent.
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Is it the frame with the atroquinine? Well, the other person is the defendant. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one there, forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from there did that coffee come? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in?
I'm on it. You need a horse speed. I'm your man.
Oh, brother, don't phrase it like that, please.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee.
Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee is already poured and a steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed.
She didn't, huh?
I'm sorry, what? She said that, or you just... that last part was just...
Clavier, you don't joke about murder in the middle of a murder trial! What is wrong with you?
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case.
Hold it!
You sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned!
Objection!
Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. It's this. It's gotta be whatever is this. Did he lick the frame? Or a stamp in there? I don't know. Wait, what do you... Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice? Got some proof. Possibility is there, I can feel it. Possibility isn't gonna cut it, not now. Mr. Meacham ingested that poison via route other. I want to press the rest of the statements just to see the dialogue. I think it's gonna involve the frame, and then we're gonna be like, huh? Picture frame, what the hell? I mean, it's gonna be this, but I just want to see what dialogue we get from the other statements yet. No, I lied! No, I lied. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Aww! Pity. They liked the wrath youthful forehead best. Okay, I'm glad I did this, because this is silly. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. Alright. I think that's gonna be it, but I like seeing Clavier tease Apollo, so it was worth it just for that. Not one thing, you're sure?
Yep. Sure can be. Well, with one exception.
What exception? What?
Journalistic spark Russell does interview, leave studio, end quote.
Oh, what?
Come on! It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Didn't he claim a letter was sent? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Maybe... shit. Maybe the letter? I don't have it in my court record, obviously, but he said he put that there was no letter found here, unless somebody picked it up. Or whatever was in here. Shit. You know what? I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean... something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Viral mission? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. You provide a lot of comedic relief, Apollo. You could say like the most normal sentence ever, and it has me rolling because it's coming from you. Well, this white thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene.
Take that!
Oh, am I wrong?
I find Prosecutor Gavin more amusing this.
Stop! If that was comic relief, why do I not feel amused? Alright, oh. We want evidence, not entertainment, Mr. Justice. God damn it. There goes my career in stand-up. Well... shit. Oh, I can't back out of this. Oh.
Take that!
Oh, the empty letterbox, I guess. Well, I missed pressing the last statement, but it's not a big deal. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world. A letterbox! What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, that's true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us. Yes, rip Apollo's SNL dreams. What a shame. And he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah! That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Ah, he has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Measham. Is it really important that this envelope, the witnesses... licked the envelope or the stamp? The poison could have been on the envelope or the stamp. Oops, sorry, I clicked too fast. If it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. Seems very important to me. Very well, then. The witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it!
I still think this fails to change anything there, Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Alright, a letter's put in there, he says. Well, I want to press these two statements just for shits and giggles. You say clearly as though we're obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right.
Isn't that how the courtroom works here, too?
That habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more of a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong,
End quote. It's good to know that in the future, just like today, journalistic integrity is dying. Very accurate for the 2020s, it seems. This court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture. Only I could believe that.
Well, what do you think, Apollo? Everything I say seems so not flawed.
Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. Alright, how and why was Drew Measham killed?
It's the letter. It's the letter. I'm sure.
I want to press this just to see what we have to say. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio, and you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually...
I don't argue the possibilities that a letter disappeared from that studio, but here, Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Measham was poisoned, I know. Mr. Brushell's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think.
Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
Yeah, use your brain. A letter.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know why he would keep a stamp in a frame like this, but... Oh, is that not it? Well, okay. Alright. And there was also this.
Hold it!
I doubt anything's gonna come from this.
Objection!
Here goes nothing.
You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Airforehead, not possibilities.
Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. Oh, did I need to get that statement in the testimony first? Or...
I saw him writing a letter, I did!
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume? Of course, which means... that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah! As we all know, stamps come with dry glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it.
By licking the stamp!
So did I have to... I guess... We'll say croissant. Did I have to get that other statement added before I could go and assert this?
Objection!
No one worth talking to actually licks stamps this day and age.
Objection!
Apollo! Or Clavier, god damn it! No one worth talking to licks stamps, wow. You know, stamp licker, is that an insult in the year of our Lord 2026? Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all!
Objection!
Get Maya Fey in here!
Okay, so he licks the stamp, but wait. How does that explain the actual quinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Residue in his mouth.
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What then happened if you put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? Coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Measham. Mr. Measham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Ora! But that doesn't, does it? Recall, if you would, atropine is slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Clavier's still jamming. You have something to add, Mr. Brushell? Uh-oh. His nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier. That's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
A stamp, yep,
But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe it just run out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps are found. It makes proving the stamp he used as poison possible. Well, why would he have a framed stamp?
Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
I'm glad this is... maybe Apollo is a comedian.
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself.
I noticed that too during my inspection. So what?
Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atropine residue!
What? Why wasn't I told about this?
Because Emma hates you. She didn't want to tell you. The frame's only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You weren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Why would he? Wow, he was desperate for a stamp, I guess. To use that one, or unless that one was like a symbol of sorts. A poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushel, and please stop jittering around like that.
The victim's a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leaves the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on! I love Apollo just being like a little grumpy. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense! Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Unless the victim is a recluse and nobody could go inside, so they had to resort to unconventional methods. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Mason hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail! Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon.
Ridiculous! Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that the poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon.
Might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together.
What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling.
I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. How would the thing be sent? I think I know how Mr. Meacham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. How did that stamp get in there? A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. How someone with the intent to kill. In this envelope, maybe? Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. The enclosed stamp within 3 days. Oh, goddamn. So he was supposed to die 7 years ago, but he never got around to doing this. Until just now, I guess? Good lord. So somebody wanted to kill him 7 years ago, Kristoff, maybe? I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah!
In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote.
Is this poison still potent after 7 years? No, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox.
15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking when the time came. He drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. That's diabolical. You got the achievement! Let's go! We love that! Let's go. Such a splendid imagination you have, Air Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poisoned stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Is that what you have us believe? Really? Well?
It is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well... it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavi. Please tell me this is Emma. Please, please, please tell me this is Emma saying this. Ah! Oh! What? You fuck! God! Why? Why would they do that? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. Clavier, are you okay? Do you need to talk to somebody? Why are you seeing your criminal brother here? Or was that Apollo seeing him? Whoever was seeing flashes of Kristoff there. Was he hallucinating his brother admonishing him? And then... Oh no, Clavier. Clavier, what kind of family trauma do you have? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck? Clavier, I'm so worried about him. I'm so worried about him! Well, like my Kristoff Gavin impression. Did I sound like him? Yes, I think that's funny, Emma. I'm glad that you did that, but now I'm very worried about Clavier. I'm glad that you think that's fun. Like, I love you messing with Clavier. I think it's so funny. You should screw with him as much as you want. But I'm worried because that seemed like quite the reaction. And I'm very worried about him now. Don't quit your day job. Everyone's a comedian at the courtroom today. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all the messes you're making in this case. Mess? No, none of this would have happened if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? Would the poison be in the envelope? Mayhaps? Produce the red envelope at once! You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh! Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquinine residue. Emma's so cool. I love her. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well,
There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Measham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. But then he licks the stamp now. So are we going... Would that... If he knew it was poison, would that be suicide again? But then... I don't know. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. Wouldn't the recipient notice it was a different stamp then? They would know the job wasn't finished. You're still here?
Can I make a statement here, on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop is mine. Drew Measham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote.
So Venus can eat a glass bottle with poison residue in it, but lose its potency after like 8 months. But this poison stays after 7 years, literally. Like, what is the shelf life of atroquinine? Like, how long does it stay potent? God, this game is wild. I love it.
Oh, maybe something a little more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Oh, brother. Order, order, order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote.
Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
Yeah, I feel like that's happened multiple times. I see no need for further debate on this matter. Sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo!
I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Oh man. Now what? Yeah, it's okay, Trucy. The judge is a dummy, yeah. We just let him do whatever he wants.
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for governor's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this.
There's a fatal contradiction in Air Forehead's claim.
A contradiction? A poisoned stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Measham have done what he did?
Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison, and then why would he use it now?
Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Measham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder?
The Dark Age of the Law. Yeah, it's actually the Dark Age of the Law.
Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Measham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself?
I don't know. Did he not realize it was a trap? While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo?
I don't think we're winning anymore.
Oh, I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality! We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
What a drama queen. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope?
The poisoned stamp. Where exactly is this poisoned stamp again?
Have you brought it to court for us? Did he think the poison would disappear after 7 years? I mean, I still wouldn't lick it if I suspected even 7 years ago it would be poisoned.
I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the atroquinine residue, huh?
Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atroquinine residue. But, Air Forehead, it's certainly no stamp.
Yeah, but
even if your precious poisoned stamp did exist, Drew Measham never would have used it. That is all.
Irk. I believe we've come to a conclusion again.
Apollo? We were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it! The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Measham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poisoned stamp, and Drew Measham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there was a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong side of the track this whole time, I'm sure of it.
The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame,
and Drew Measham's mysterious death.
They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor.
We've seen the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ooh!
Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah?
The fake clue that storms off the oh, fucking hell. What if it's Drew Measham? I didn't mean to autoplay. I'm gonna say Drew Measham. What if this is not the same Drew Measham? And again, random crackpot theory, but who knows how crackpot it really is? What if this is not the same Drew Measham? What if it's like different people using the name Drew Measham acting as the forger? So in this particular Drew Measham didn't know that one was poisoned. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. Yeah, that's not my neighbor car. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. Which makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah!
I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again. Oh no, there's fireworks outside. God damn it, I hate this time of year. One of my beagles is scared of fireworks and I'm worried about him. Tomorrow's gonna be horrible. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. There are two different forgers. And one of them was a fake. Music time. Order. So you were telling us that Drew Measham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. Vera. Is it supposed to be a pun? Vera sounds like very veritas or whatever, like true, verify, but she's a forger, so it's fake. Your apartment hallway's gonna smell like alcohol for 3 weeks because of the forge. Oh, that sucks, man. I mean, I know. I mean, like, that's really annoying. And people are just kind of reckless and rowdy and stuff. I'm very much an introvert, so if I lived with people like that, it would have been, yeah. College was a bit, I was not a partier in college, very introverted, but especially freshman year in the dorms when all like the freshmen were excited to be living the college life on like late nights, weeknights or weekends and whatnot. I'd just be in my room and hear like everybody like laughing down the hallway, running and stuff, yeah. The pun is Measham. I like that. I like that. That's funny. But if that's the case, if she's been forging this for 7 years, if she's the forger, has she been making fake evidence since she was 12? Or she's also faking her whole identity? And maybe she's not actually 19, isn't older, but like, I don't know. I did save, did I? Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Measham was. If Drew Measham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Measham was himself a forgery. The real forger was...
Take that!
There can be only one explanation, really. So is that a fake name the whole time? The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Measham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Measham. I love that we got our defendants, once again, we're getting our defendants exposed for other crimes, like with Machi with the smuggling and now Vera for forgery. Our clients are never... And then we have the gang son, you know? The Yakuza son or whatever. Our clients, they don't do murder, but they do other crime. And we expose those crimes in court. Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you.
I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. If she was making the sketches too, then who was? I don't know. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in the trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, Walkie was hilarious. Yeah, it makes you forget about. True. Yeah, he didn't really do anything wrong. He was just kind of chilling, you know. He was just there for a good time. Actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints are found in the forger's studio. Drew Measham's and Vera Measham's. If we know that Drew Measham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Measham. Well, he's playing a lot of air guitar today. Clavier solo. Fascinating. Vera Measham? You been paying attention to the trial so far? Well, let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Measham? Oh, eyes. Was that an expression of emotion? No way. She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. Do you recognize him? You recognize Kristoff, huh? 7 years ago, Kristoff. Looks like him. I'm used to being stared at by Fraulines, believe me. Yeah, that was the first thing you told us, but this is the first time you felt this way with a man. Zoza usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? This motherfucker. Who says that in a courtroom?
Yes.
So the forger, Drew Measham, was you?
Yes, it was me.
What? What? I like her outfit. I was like 6 or 7 years younger than Kristoff. Yeah. He would have been like... Was Clavier prosecuting the case? Don't answer that. Was Clavier prosecuting the case that got Phoenix convicted? Or disbarred? Did they mention that? I feel like they might have mentioned that in the game or something. I think they might have mentioned that in the game. I don't know. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but the court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Oh, brother. All right. Yeah, let's continue.
Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, Drew Measham, who was killed, wasn't Drew Measham the forger, basically.
Huh? Well then, who was he?
Well, he was actually... doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries?
Yes. For Father. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. A talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything?
Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those.
Forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already creating your works back then?
I started when I was only 12 years old.
7 years ago, baby. So the one who figured out the stamp was poison. That was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
I see.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not just doing law.
Yes. We do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
But when Father heard you had resumed the legal business. Oh, did he draw those? How pleased he was.
Who was Mr. Measham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Well, these daddies, haha. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Gotta repaint them. Perhaps we could begin by telling us how it'll work. How did you set up this Drew persona? Persona mention? She's staring at him. She's drilling more holes into his head, because he looks like Kristoff, I'm sure.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
I'm sure Apollo knows. What's hard? What's hard? I'm screenshotting this whole conversation. What specific? Yeah, top 10 gayest Ace Attorney lines. Yeah, good lord. What is hard indeed, Apollo? Down, boy. Very well, miss. If you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting.
Evidence for Phoenix's trial.
Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Measham. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was.
So was he making you do this? Huh, does not sound like a good father.
I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing and was illegal.
Objection!
This is our little attorney, okay. You clicked what's hard. Thank you. Oh man, thank you.
You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True.
Please, tell us more about this
I'm giving him the German accent. I'm mixing up my words and my characters. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright. This envelope came after my first work.
Hold it!
That was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean? You'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all! And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Measham. A new industry is the creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh.
Hold it!
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used.
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in the envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. Yeah, if he handled the mail and stuff, he would have seen that, right? Did you read that letter first? And then...
Hold it!
I guess she got the shit letter first then. But if she didn't know what was going on, well, I guess if that was the first non-painting, maybe she had to suspect what was happening, you know? I don't know. What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine.
Objection!
A moment, Air Forehead. We can't force an answer upon the witness. Nelson, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? The way she's looking at him, I'm very concerned.
It was beautiful.
Oh, did you just want to, like, save it as a collection? As a collected item, collector's item or something? No suspicion about the poison, but because it was cool. I don't know. Because it looked cool.
Yes, I think it was.
So you didn't know about the poison? Fan behavior, yeah. I guess not. Interesting. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. What was on the stamp?
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I'd think Mr. Measham wished to reduce their visibility into the world at large.
And we had to meet someone for some reason. Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Measham. You did the work, and he supplied the face. Sorry. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty. And more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
Huh. Attorneys, perhaps? Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Your favorite magicians!
Hold it!
The Grammarys.
I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat.
Maybe because it looks so familiar. Well, I mean, well, also, yeah. Confusing mysterious with freaky. I'd be startled with that too. But also, I don't know.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
See? Isn't magic great? Mr. Hat has murder in his eyes, he does. I'd be terrified if that showed up at me too, especially since our first introduction to him was Trucy staging a kidnapping in a courtroom. Trucy, what, like, that's criminal behavior, right? Fine, great, yeah, sure, no need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after.
7 years ago, yeah.
I was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe. Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. Then they saw a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Apollo!
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. I keep wanting to say Mishima. The stamp? Could it be,
Objection!
those magicians you liked? Was it this bunch?
Apollo! They're not a bunch!
I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. What if one of them was involved or something? I don't know.
Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat true Grammarly.
The whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Why are you sweating now? What's your relation to the Grammarys? What's going on now? Ah! Oh god, what is happening? Oh, what's happening? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask why?
You were prosecuting that trial, weren't you? No, answer the question, now! Come on, don't yell at the girl! Come on! Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me! Even at his concerts and everything. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book. Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book, like a diary.
Oh man, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh! Clavier? Oh no. He's like Edgeworth. He's going through an Edgeworth moment where he learns that the first case he prosecuted involved forged evidence. And now he's like having an existential crisis over it. Oh no. Oh no. His integrity as a prosecutor. Oh no. This is his earthquake. No!
Oh, what's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Measham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? What's happening? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Our mascot is the blue badger. I must badger. He's told you nothing, has he? You soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing. You know who, Apollo. Come on. Oh, I thought he was talking about Kristoff. Sorry. Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. No, brother! Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence... Is the girl standing right in front of me? Oh, Phoenix 100% knew the how this related to his case, yeah. You must tell, Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Measham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? It was the guy that looks like Clavier, I'm sure.
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was... Well, what's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Oh, girly pop.
The devil.
Oh my god, what did Kristoff threaten her with? Yeah, I wasn't calling her Fraulein anymore. He was pissed, yeah. Defendant Vera Measham, conditioned unconscious. Acute. Huh? What? I'm sorry, what? Huh? What the fuck? Huh? What, huh? Vera Measham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. How? Somebody put it in her nail polish, then she was biting her nails. Somebody poisoned her nail polish. It's just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Oh my god, Phoenix! Hi! In some ways, we got the Phoenix trial music, the Phoenix pre-trial music, or whatever. Or the beginning of the trial music from Phoenix. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Huh? Ah! What? Buddy, why is your hair fused with your neck? What, is this like some like Jotaro situation, but instead his hat, it's like fuses with your body? Thank God you grew out your hair, cause what the hell is this? Kojo, stop, not Kojo! What? Stop! Waivo. It's very 2003. Oh my god. So we're going back in time now. Am I playing?
Oh, baby Trucy! Oh, she's so tiny! Oh. Little baby!
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What the hell? Seven years ago. We're back. Are we playing as Phoenix now? Oh my god, we're playing as Phoenix. Showdown time. What's... I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes. Over a game of cards. That's definitely not Shoddy Smith. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright's final trial. What the f- What? Oh, the old courtroom. Oh. April 19th. One day off from April 20th, Kristoff's arrest. April 19th. April 19th is Phoenix Disbarment Day. Yippee. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. I love that they have like all the old music too for this, because this is the Phoenix music. Gotta try and relax. Good, Enigma. Enigma. Is that his real name? Or is that another alias like Shoddy Smith? I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely... What do we have in here? A very important badge. What does he have to say about it? Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. No two numbers are the same, so if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Are you in the right headspace to receive information that could possibly hurt you? Crime scene photo. Body found in hospital room, shot in head. Holy shit. Gold gun. Was this not the same gun in the first case? Because I swear there was like a gold gun involved. Unless I'm making that up. Or, oh, sorry, my camera's covering. A clown was shot too. That looks like a Grammary beard of sorts. I don't know. Why am I saying that? What is a Grammary beard? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Autopsy report. Ah, it is a... It is a Grammary. Magnifique autopsy report. Oh no. Okay, April 13th. No! He died on Homestuck Day! No! Sad. Sad. Loss of blood from bullet wound. No malignant tumor found in victim's liver. Clown deserved it! Alright, people. Shut up! God damn. Yeah. The client. Oh, he's accused of the murder. Saint Shermer, welcome. Yeah, we are going down memory lane. Indeed we are. Okay. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Aw, baby, she has a matching outfit to him. Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh, not them doing the same poses. Ah, I'm so glad you came. Oh, I love when the families match sprites in these games. It makes me, like, head and hands, heart exploding. Little Trucy, she's so cute! The clown kid killed him, indeed. You're so right. Oh, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is this old boy's here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, Phoenix.
Oh boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique Grammary. She's already a showgirl at such a young age. Yeah, she's a performer. She's been a performer since birth.
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall.
Is this the forged evidence? If it's a page in like a diary page? But this is like a letter. I don't know.
It told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. It said it was really important.
What's this? Memo for you and some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. Oh, shit. Ugh, what the fuck? I'll give it a read later. God damn it. What the? Okay. Ah, brother. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy. Oh, man. Really, him and Edgeworth, like, some of their... No, I forgot, I messed up. I was thinking of the, not Edgeworth's first case. His first case was the Terry Falls case. I'm thinking of the one from Rise from the Ashes. That case, you know, the SL9, where he prosecuted that with false evidence. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Him, Clavieri, and Edgeworth having their legacies, like, tarnished like that. Yeah, SL9, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna get ahead of myself. This might be really bad for Phoenix. You know what? I have a feeling it'll be bad for him too. Just a thought. Yeah, with Damon Gant. What a guy. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. I mean, every prosecutor you've met has been like that, aside from Godot, I guess. Switching of attorneys, just... Who was the other attorney? I know it is a difficult situation. Oh, yeah, here. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Damon Gant is one of the best villains in any game I am. Like, he's straight up terrifying. Yeah, especially since, like, real people can be like that. Like, the scariest villains are the ones that are, like, very real, can exist in, like, society today and everything. And you know there's people that abuse that sort of power like that. And it's terrifying. The SIC do not understand. You see, it'll be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Does he know about the fake evidence?
Yeah, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. Isn't that how a lot of these go? And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Yeah, don't give people forged evidence challenge, Trucy, no! No, Trucy, don't give people the forged evidence, no! And then you'll do it again 7 years later, no! You're straight up torturing Lana, yeah, for 2 years, that's awful. I wonder what Lana's up to nowadays, like, I don't know how long her sentence was. Would she still be in prison by the time of Apollo Justice, or would she be out? What's her deal? Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Grammary, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grammary. His mentor, Magnifique Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead, and Zach Grammary is the suspect. I don't believe so. She only arranged a crime scene. It wouldn't be more than a year. Okay. Well, good for her, I guess. Young Clavier. It's unsettling. Oh, we got the old courtroom set up too in the colors. Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about?
He's gonna be like some big, like, cocky hotshot, isn't he? Of course, because why wouldn't he be? All these prosecutors are like that in their first trial, especially their first trial against Phoenix, of course. It's a shame that Lana doesn't... Emma doesn't mention her. Yeah, because I wonder what's going on with her. Because Rise from the Ashes came out before this, right? So... Huh. Man.
Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? There are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A Governor's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
I already want to strangle him with that chain around his neck. I just want to... Why? Why are they all like this? Who were you again? How dare... He's gonna be like, how dare you not know me?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
He said the party don't start till I walk in. He's the cashier of the courtroom. Gavin, defense attorney. Christoph Gavins.
Huh. Figure my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin. It's interesting that they've chosen, like, different sides of the law to do. He's 17, because it's like, okay, fair, yeah. He's allowed to be a little cringe at 17. There's a fan theory that ships Lana and Mia. They were together in law school. Mia saw... I did see that, because didn't Lana even say it? Doesn't she even say, like, that's why she was attracted to me? And then Emma's like, oh, but it's intellectually attracted. But, like, you know, that line is there. I imagine I like to, in my headcanon, they had, like, a little thing going on when they were in law school. But then it didn't last, and... They split amicably, and then obviously Mia and Diego were a thing later on, but I headcanon they had a little thing in law school. That's my headcanon. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Governors. You're out of your league, rock boy. They had a good luck babe kind of situation. Stop! No! Intellectually attracted, but you can just feel the sexual tension. Exactly. Like, intellectual, like, debates and stuff. Come on. Like, if they were academic rivals, come on. Come on! That is that is, like, one of the, like, most tension-driven kind of rivalries, you know? Lana requested Mia for her defense. She did. She did indeed.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy.
Because you just said it to the courtroom, Phoenix. It's in your bloodline, you know, saying things out loud that you have. Oh shit, that's a mental line.
True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro-rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Air attorney, right?
Not non-hair spiky. Hair spiky, haha. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case?
Achtung, baby! Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Oh, yes.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. Gumshoe's here! Show me him. Yeah! I missed you, Gumshoe! Hi! I miss him! What's he been up to this whole time? Oh, did he find a higher paying career? I hope so.
And you are?
Hey, you the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Lana didn't want to call it up. Mia didn't want to call it love! Man.
Hey, you.
Huh? Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose.
Well, about that. You can see it, Lana, top of her class, a brilliant future prosecutor, Mia, wanting to be a lawyer to avenge her mom and take down the men that ruined her life. Just a recipe for great girl boss friendship, indeed. Yes, friendship. Yeah, God, I need more of them. I need more content of them. I have seen a version of the Molars pick with them. Yeah.
I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Air detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. No! Don't be nice to Gummy! Huh? Was this hey Ewing and such? And I could care less about your history together.
Aww. How can you resist those sad puppy dog eyes, Clavier? Come on. More fireworks outside. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand.
Happened 6 days back in a room at General Hospital.
Facts were as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do a very bad type of New York accent. I'm so sorry. He's a real MVP. Too bad he's in Capcom Dungeon after this. I know, because I saw on every like Twitter post from the Ace Attorney account, there was always somebody like day whatever of asking for Gumshoe to come back, and then and then when Investigations was announced, they were like, "Yay!" And then the Twitter account was like, "Yes, we didn't forget about you." I love Emma to death, but Gumshoe is a special place in my heart. I feel that. Yeah, he is the boy. He's the boy ever.
Killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts.
Somebody just was allowed to bring a gun into a hospital. Was there not, like, security or something? Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grammary, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Oh yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, so... Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, you boomers in the courtroom. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor or something? Gumshoe. What oh wait, we have people in here. Oh, already dresses the part of a magician. Oh, Clavier. This is so unsettling. Short-haired Clavier is so unsettling. Aww. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough. Any other details? Malignant tumor in lemurs progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Chronic diabetes requires regular insulin. But something's not right. There are plenty of fanfics about Emma and Lana and their time in law school. There's a fanfic where Lana grieves Mia. Oh, wait. I might need to read that and be sad, because I need some good reading material. I might have to check that out. Yeah, me and Lana, yeah. Yeah. Me and Lana in law school. I need to go seek those out for sure.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven.
Why? Clavier, don't make jokes or musical references whenever somebody's dying. I miss Mia too! I want the Mia Fey spin-off game about her years as an attorney. Please! Capcom, please!
Why not wait for him to knock on him?
Clavier, stop. This is not the place. This is not the time or the place to be... to be making musical references about a dying and now dead man. Clavier, what is wrong with you? I want to put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim is about to die?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Yeah, drop AA7 and the Mia spin-off game, please! Mia destroying Dahlia Hawthorne in Trials and Tribulation solidified her as an amazing character, even beyond the grave. Yes, she cannot be stopped. She's too powerful. I love her so much. She's great. They had to get rid of her. They had to make her only temporarily or sometimes available with the whole death thing, whatever. They keeping her around and make her too powerful. Phoenix would be too powerful. He had to lose 99% of his strength for the second trial. I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Same. Wait. If Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. They had to limit her power, yeah. They had to give her the death nerf. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. Okay. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Oh, the old music! Why? Why is this? This is making me so emotional. The first game music? The Dahlia Courtroom Exorcism, that was so good, yeah. I saw Crystal finished the trilogy earlier today and got to that scene. Actually insane. That whole trial is actually insane. Like, it's so good. Man, it's one of those games I wish I could play for the first time again, for sure. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, a few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot at the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired when the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. We could check the fingerprints of the gun, pal. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? That was so incredibly based. Pure cinema in the end, and the picture of Mia and Maya fixing the broken urn. Yeah, the Faye family, like, even though there's always, like, power vying and plots and whatnot, those girls still love each other. They still care about each other, and, you know, things happen, you know? The urn has broken over the years, the Faye girls break it and put it together. It's like the urn, the family is broken but put back together. And Phoenix being like, yeah, my client is innocent, I'm his attorney, why wouldn't I say that? And yeah, and then Matt being like, no, don't. That's so good too, yeah, like, you know what? I'll go for a not guilty verdict, if that's what you want. And he's like, no, I'm gonna be hunted for the rest of my life. Please convict me. God. I love these games so much. They're so good. For all the over-the-top moments and everything, that's what makes them so good, honestly. I love it. The Matt choice is such a satisfying moment, yeah, because, like, regardless of what you pick, he's gonna be convicted. And I don't remember whether I decided to go for guilty or not guilty. I honestly don't remember. I might have to check my VODs, but it ends the same way. So, like, it's like, what would you go for? What would you, the player, do? If you were in Phoenix's shoes, what would you do? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach. To you okay, well, I'm gonna look at that again. Huh. That's odd. Could this be the forged thing? No, it was a forged, like, diary page. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come to me on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. Already a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. What the flip? What the flip? Regardless of choice, his life is over, and you avenge Celeste and bring justice for Adrian. Yeah, Juan sucks as well. Both of them are awful. Yeah, Juan and Matt, get out of here, yeah. Bite the curve, 4K HD, exactly. Both of them can go to hell. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that last bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why haven't come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details, Air Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for half hour starting at 11. The victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was given an IV.
An IV. There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. Where's the blood? If he was shot, where's the blood? There's just a clean hole in his forehead. It's like he had a Garlean eye removed or something. What the hell? That is not a gunshot wound. That is a perfectly carved hole. What? I want Shelly to kill her to be really cool. Yeah, you know, like, an assassin with morals is so weird. Not morals, I guess, but with integrity and a code of honor, I guess is a better way to say it. Kind of reminds me of like Mike Ehrmantraut from like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, where like obviously he's involved in like some shady criminal shit, but he sticks to his morals and his own convictions, and if he says he's gonna do something, he will follow through. And if he can't follow through, he won't, like, you know what? Like, you don't have to pay me. If I couldn't do it, you don't have to pay me for it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Who sticks to their convictions like that? I like that. Like, principled antagonists. Well, I mean, Mike's not an antagonist, but you know, Shelly the killer is, for sure. Yeah. He's a criminal, but damn, is he honorable? Exactly. He's the bad guy, but he's not a bad guy per se. Yeah, it's so fascinating. God, these characters are so cool. At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, for cross-examination if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me.
Hold it!
Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead. The forehead! Aww! And 7 years down the line, you're gonna make affectionate jokes about a forehead. Aww. I love that, like, Apollo doesn't even react to the forehead comments. Like, the first time, obviously, yeah, but he's like, yeah, sure. Whatever, he's just gonna say that anyway. Let's move on. I'll play the Edgeworth Collection? Yes, for sure. I definitely plan on playing it when it comes out. I think, I know it comes out September 6th, and the Persona 3 DLC comes out September 10th. So I think I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play The Answer first, and then I think that'll take like 2 weeks tops. And then after that, I'll play Ace Attorney Investigations, and I'm very, very excited for that. Miles Edgeworth, I need to see more of you. Yeah, the victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just to see it commended. It could be a setup. September 5th on Steam? Wait, it's out September 5th? See, I would play it on release if The Answer wasn't coming out like 4 days later. Because I don't want to start Investigations, then pause for The Answer, and then go back to Investigations. Yeah, that's the thing. But as soon as we're done with The Answer, we will play Investigations, and then whenever we're done with that, we'll play Metaphor. That's my plan. Oh, you played both Investigations? I know people say like the first one is like okay, but the second one is peak, and I'm very excited. I played the fan translation with Sebastian the Best and all the other names that are now gone. I don't even know the guy. Eustace the Winner. I saw people keep saying the winner like every time he's like brought up, and I don't get it, but I feel like the word winner is already ruined for me. That word, I can't see that word without thinking of the winner now. Yeah, the first one, it's really, really long. It drags on, but it's a good game. I'm excited. I should let's play both of them. Investigations 2 is amazing. I'm so excited. Yeah. Anyway, so we're doing. We set up, but let's not be in a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Yeah, let Gummy speak. Thanks, Belle. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. All right.
Hold it!
And this letter was sent by the victim.
There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, Belle.
It's 3 in the morning, getting sleepy. No worries about it. Have a good night. Get some rest. Loved Justine Courtney and her overruled voice line. Oh yeah, isn't her name like Verity now or something? This half-dead man needs to get some sleep. No worries. Please sleep. Please sleep. Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victims, no mistake.
I see. Skull one for the boys. I love Gumshoe. He's such a dork. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? Come on. I know you just don't want Gumshoe to make a fool of you. All right. But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Div was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
Gumshoe.
Yeah, I have the balls to shoot a man when ordered in a letter.
You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective. I love this goddamn game.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. I'm glad there's an option to keep the little pixel sprites. Yeah, I like that too, depending on what way you want to play. I like that a lot. They look really freaky deaky in your opinion. Yeah, I'm sure like they look little smooth little creatures. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. When Gumshoe showed Pearls his pistol to try to make her feel better, yeah!
Hey kid, here's a gun, yeah.
As your personal favorite assistant, Kay Faraday. I'm excited to meet her and everybody in there. In the photo, maybe there's something. Why would he leave the gun there? I don't know. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. There's a hole. What? Hold on. Can I like press everything else before doing this? I mean, clearly he shot the clown too. I'm gonna say he shot the clown. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, Belle! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Yeah, hole. Haha, hole. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he can make.
What? And you can prove that with the photo?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, also maybe let's not talk too much about investigations and the characters in it, because I want to try to go in with as little knowledge as possible. So yeah. I can prove they had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. The clown that my camera is covering.
Take that!
The clown doll? The translator, welcome! How are you doing? Thanks for being here. Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too. Man, if this is how we advance, I should have continued pressing, because I want to get more Gumshoe dialogue. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Clown did it, yup. Huh. And I suppose he had a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. Okay, if we want to get technical about this, he didn't say his own forehead. I mean, he knows he's about to die, the task of lowering my life's curtain. I mean, he's about to die anyway. And at Clavier's objection, he does sound really cool. I don't know. You will shoot in the forehead. It doesn't say shoot me in the forehead. So. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ah. Oh, foreheads. You and foreheads, Clavier. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. Everyone's a lawyer, huh? The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
How many times was the gun fired? Perhaps he did have to shoot the forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. Yeah, this was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Chilling in my hotel after a wonderful day of watching Wimbledon tennis. Oh my god, that's so exciting. I hope we had a good day. Was it a fun day? Cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Ace Attorney Out of Context, Part 73. Can we continue? Okay. Alright, I want to press the rest of the statements now. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. Yeah. These last two statements we did not press.
Hold it!
At least buy me dinner first. It's gonna be a fun 2 weeks. Oh my god, that's so exciting. 2 whole weeks. I hope you have an amazing time. Mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words? You bet we did. Wait, so a bullet was taken from the victim's skull.
Hold it!
Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has he had been stuck in all this time, Belle? Never heard of Zack and Balance quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? Phoenix is very out of touch with the youth these days. Come on, we know this. One of the defendant's specialties. This, yeah, okay. Crackpot theory. Crackpot theory. This looks like Lamarar. I swear to God. If we learn her accident, I don't know if she's gonna come back. She said something like, maybe we'll meet again. And you know what? Maybe once again. Crackpot theory, but again, this is Ace Attorney. Anything goes. If her accident was 7 years ago, could this be her? We don't know how long ago her accident was, or the context of it, but maybe that's when she lost her memories and her eyesight. And how did she end up in Virginia then? I don't know. That's my crackpot theory. Zack and Balance stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Wait, hold on. Is it a trick pistol then, or what? Huh? What? Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. Man, they're taking the wrong lessons from that show. That would explain a lot about the police force. Man, just kids that want guns. Wow. Normal criminal justice system. Duke Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. Why'd they stop? Did they, Oh, yeah, I need to get the pistol. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. Phoenix said ACAB, as he should. Unfortunately, that includes Gumshoe, unfortunately. But he can go get a higher paying job somewhere else, I hope. Maybe he's not a detective anymore. I know his name is literally Detective, so like, you know, but he could be a PI, you know? Then he doesn't have to be a cop. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. One round, then. But there are 2 shots fired. Could it have been reloaded? And then they say the bullet from his skull matches the one that was fired in the gun. He's Edgeworth's friend, that's his job. Exactly, that's a full-time job indeed. And it's an honorable job. And shows traces of having been fired recently. So were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Echo, how are you doing? Thanks for being here. Aha, intriguing point, well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. Can you not just wipe away fingerprints? In any case, the court accepts this evidence. No fingerprints found. Fires 1 real bullet. Barrel mark smash bullet found in victim. No fingerprints found. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Now it's time to return to our testimony. Alrighty. Well, we know it was fired once. This is gonna be correct. This is gonna be our point of contention. It only holds 1 round. I know we're gonna present the gun here, but first I want to press just for more gumshoe dialogue. Set it on a PC, let's go! We love that! That's exciting, what kind are you getting? So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough as himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? Alright, I want to inspect the gun just to see if we get any more dialogue. Oops. Look close, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model. I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Grammary Golden Gun. I say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. Ryzen 5600? Alright, total's about 900 pounds, including a monitor. Oh, that's a good deal. Nice. I love that. Wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. Alrighty. Alright, this testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Well, you still shot the victim. Oops. Oh, there's fireworks outside again.
Objection!
I've heard those names. It's obvious I have no idea what these are. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I don't know, like, computer models and stuff. Okay, I know Caught! I'm a fake gamer. I don't know the most about computer models. Oh, yeah, fireworks. Tomorrow is, Independence Day. Reminds me of someone. Same. Same. From a game I played earlier this year. Yeah. But yeah, which means one of my dogs is gonna be scared, and I feel really bad because I don't like fireworks. It's noisy and distracting, and it makes my dog scared. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. AI3 will happen soon. Yes, because there was that cryptic tweet a while ago, for sure. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. What's this case? We are in a flashback of the case 7 years ago where Phoenix was disbarred after this for using forged evidence. Right before this, we met the forger. The forger is our client in the current case, and we just learned she forged evidence that was used in this trial. So now we're going to see how that all went down. Dojiva! Yeah, Dojiva! After he shot the clown in the forward, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds 1 bullet at a time. Ah! He had shot the clown in the forehead. He couldn't have shot the victim too.
Objection!
Oh, we have young Clavier now too. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling He's such a cocky little shit. I mean, these rookie prosecutors always are. And plus, he's just a kid, so like, he's gonna be even extra cocky, you know? Not our lack of humility. Oops. Sorry, fireworks again, god damn it. Seems the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Air Detective was just the warm-up act. No! No! Don't take Gumshoe away from me yet, no! Don't take him away from me! Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness. No! No! Don't leave me, Gumshoe! I miss you! A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Grammary who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We'll pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Okay. Before we continue, I'm gonna take a bathroom break and just stretch a little bit. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I'll be back in one moment. Yeah, I will return. I'm back. Oh my god, hi, is that Chris of Twitch.tv? Hello, hello, how are you doing? You're in a dungeon, an AFK, and I'm in a dungeon. But hello, how are you doing? How's it going? Anyways, we continue the trial. Let's keep going. Alrighty. I love that it was like 7 years and 1 day to the date after his disbarment that Kristoff got arrested. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. Welcome. What's my favorite thing to snack on? I like popcorn a lot. That's kind of like, I have popcorn pretty much every night, like after stream. It's like my go-to snack. I like it a lot. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I gotta know what went down, my dude. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You've seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2. The one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent quickdraw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Sounds like a shady guy. Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? Are you winning? High-waisted. Well, Phoenix is about to lose, since we're currently in a flashback case, actually. But how are you doing? Believe you examine the bullet in the clown's head. You'll find it to be different than the one of my mentor. What were those called? Ballistic rifling marks. Yeah, that too. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can't tell me? You can tell me? You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary. The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Was he testing you? Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Ahaha, Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Well, he looks like he had a diary or a journal of sorts. Well, this is fake. Apparently. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Oh, brother. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. If it's the woman there, the not Lamarar woman, how many times have I heard those words? Well, they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident the witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Is it Valent? Being the— Oh! Valent! The Hat Man! So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. He looks so weird without his beard and mustache. It's so strange. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, a grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, The shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? Was he the real culprit then? One would deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammary received. Ooh. That's interesting. Yes. Or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Was there a defendant you felt bad for in this series? Godot and Acro. I felt bad for Iris. Iris? I mean, a lot of them. Oh, do you mean like a guilty person? Like an actual culprit that you felt bad for? Trying to think. Yeah, Godot for sure, yeah. And Godot, Acro, obviously, he yeah, it was a very tragic thing there, yeah. But bad who has Apollo as their lawyer? A culprit that I felt bad for, maybe? I'm trying to think. Because most of them seem to do it without any kind of remorse or whatever. Yeah, Godot and Acro are the ones that I can't say when I felt bad for it's a spoiler. Oh no! Perhaps I should say ta-da! Order! Order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. 11:20. You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. So he said 11:20. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. Huh. This is most unusual. Godot just felt human. He saw the woman who ruined his life and had nothing to live for. Yeah, especially attacking the sister of the woman. Yeah, the woman who ruined his life, attacking the sister of the woman he loved. And, God. The whole situation is just so tragic. God. This is most unusual. Exactly what is going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammary up to? By which you mean, I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. Unless that he assumed the shots would miss because, you know, they're the trick guns and they go to the side and everything. Yeah, series would use a bird as a witness or anything crazy.
It's just my opinion, Air Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
They walked the magician's path together and so do... He's not as flamboyant in his speech. He's not doing the alliteration thing here. I mean, he's still flashy and everything, but he's not quite so grandiose. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Partners. Mimi Miney, that's another really tragic situation. Good lord. Having to... being facially reconstructed to look like your dead sister and then just taking on her identity. That is so fucked. That's like something out of like a horror movie. And Yanni Yogi, the man has life ruined, has lost his wife because Von Karma's a demon. Yeah. Von Karma ruined so many lives that day. Yeah. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Well, I'll do more than that. Well, where he walks, the red rose rise. Okay, there's the... Okay, he is doing the alliteration now. I stand corrected. And for Date... Oh, Date? The insomnium, you mean? Wherever he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle of his magic. Fascinating. I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. Letter, the murder weapon. I was not even... Yeah, I've played the first one. I owned the second one, but I've not yet played it. But yeah, I played AI Somnium Files earlier this year. It was a fun time. It was a trip. Uchikoshi is a trip. Now the two bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. Date in an Ace Attorney game would be amazing. That would raise the age rating. Playing the first one right now is so interesting. Ooh, that's so exciting. I hope you enjoy it. I don't care too much about a shitty perfect prosecution record. Yeah. I love Franziska so much too. Yeah. I also have a quite, I also definitely have some history of being like a perfectionist and like putting so much pressure on myself to like be perfect in like school and stuff. And whenever I get that, whenever something that you were told is like a core part of your identity and suddenly you fail at it, it's gone. That perfection is gone. And it's like who you are. Who even are you without that? Like, what does it mean? And you know, she said like, you're no longer worthy of being upon karma, neither am I, or something like that. The way that she was brought up is just so sad to me. Manfred's a speedrunner, but Franzie's a completionist. Yeah. But yeah, I felt so bad. Like, she reminds me a lot of Amity from the Owl House, you know? Always having to be perfect, and the love and affection that you receive being conditional based on your performance, your accomplishments. And when one thing gets in the way of that, it all comes crumbling down, and yeah, it's a really sad story. There's always pressure on her shoulders. She became prosecutor at 13 and so brilliant and had to carry the family name. Exactly. That is a lot to put on a kid. She never got to be a kid, really. And that's really sad. Yeah. Franziska, I love you. I wish we got to see more of her. I wanna know what she's up to now at this point. That night I visited the hospital's room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken its final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So he says he shot the clown. Was Magnifi alive when you went in there then? Yeah, more Franzi and Miles being siblings. Yeah. See more in the Edgeworth. Yeah, please don't say too much about the Edgeworth games, because I want to go in knowing as little as possible, but that is cool. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Ramery, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Ramery, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that.
Hold it!
Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, to reveal the very secrets of my magic. Stunt double. Interesting you say that. Lamorar. Wait. Lamorar. Magic. That was a sort of illusion they did on the stage. If she had a history of doing illusions. The crackpot's cooking! Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. Oh no, he broke the cardinal rule of magic. Do I Pop-Tarts? No! No, not the Pop-Tarts. Man, do they make gluten-free Pop-Tarts? Because unfortunately I can no longer eat gluten. I could eat it as a kid, but now I unfortunately have been diagnosed with celiac, so I cannot eat normal Pop-Tarts anymore. Pain. The event at the designated time, and what did you see? I used to love the cookies and cream ones, and then the chocolate chip ones too. The best Pop-Tart, there's only one right answer. Either cookies and cream or chocolate chip, depending on the day. It's crazy to think Franziska and Maya are the same age. Yeah, because Maya actually got to be a kid to some degree, and Franziska did not. It's so sad how quickly that she had to grow up. Oh, he did say he's dead. I'm dumb. I'm getting so into the acting and the voice. I need to be in character and read the words. Chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts on my behalf. Thank you. I hope they are very yummy. You weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? Oh, why are you tweaking? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really, isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Why are you sweating? Why are you sweating? Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Oh, did not imagine, yeah, because you don't have a good imagination, but you just don't have a good imagination, yeah. Fruit-based Pop-Tarts are better than chocolate ones? Really? I'm not much of a fruit person, honestly. I was never like a big, I mean, I don't really like fruit in general. I mean, raw fruits, I have like food texture issues, and raw fruits are like hard for me to eat. And even with candies and stuff, I never really gravitated towards the fruit flavors. I always went towards the chocolate flavored ones. I'm a chocolate girly. I always have been. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does? And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote that same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Wait. And plan if it's not prepared in the exact way I want it. I feel that, yeah. Sometimes they need to be prepared a certain way. It's like with the vegetables too, like with broccoli. Like I can't eat like raw vegetables or whatever, or like broccoli as an example. But if it's like fried, if it's like cooked, like all crispy. Oh my God, Nina! Welcome, hi, welcome raiders, hello, welcome, Nina, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is Angie. Hold on, let me get a shout out for you. Hold on, let me do this right. I can do this right, yep. There we go, right? Did I do it right? There we go, thank you so much. How was your stream? If you're not following Nina, please go do so. She's so sweet. She plays a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, which I also enjoy very much. How's Endwalker going? How's it going? Is it a lot? But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you for the shout out, no worries. I'll do my other shout out too. But yeah, I hope your stream went very well. We did the 89 duty and trial. I see. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope you can get some rest and take care of yourself after that, because it's a lot. Endwalker is suffering. But thanks again for the raid. I hope it was a good time, in spite of the suffering. I'll have to go catch your VOD, because I gotta see how that went. But thanks again for being here. If you're new here, my name's Angie. I play Final Fantasy XIV as well. I also play lots of RPGs and visual novels, and right now we're playing some Hollow Justice Ace Attorney, even though, yeah. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney very much, and we're on the last case of Ace Attorney 4 right now. Yes, favorite Pop-Tart flavor, you like brown sugar or strawberry? Solid choices. Late Nina raid, but running for spoilers, no worries, Amanda, please do that. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, or take a screen break, lurk for spoilers, do whatever you gotta do, please do that. And thanks again for the raid, thank you. Yeah, we are on the final case of Ace Attorney 4. And things are getting very, very wild. Things are very juicy right now. We're into spoiler territory if you want to play this game for yourself. So yeah. But anyways, thanks again. I suppose we will continue to be lurking to have dinner and stare at a wall. I hope dinner is good, and I hope the wall staring gives you some comfort. You like strawberry? Man, I wish I don't know. Do gluten-free Pop-Tarts exist? I need to check this actually. Gluten-free Pop-Tarts, are they a thing? They're not Pop-Tart brand, but they're like knockoff like pastries that are like Pop-Tarts that seem to be gluten-free. It looks like Katz has them. Because I used to like the cookies and cream ones and the chocolate chip ones when I was younger, but unfortunately I cannot eat them anymore. But when I just did that little search for gluten-free Pop-Tarts, a lot of them were fruit flavored. And I like the chocolate flavored ones better than the fruit flavors. What's my favorite Hot Pocket flavor? I am not a Hot Pocket enjoyer. I mean, I also, again, I don't know if I can even, if there are gluten-free ones nowadays, but I think the only ones I ever had when I was younger were like the pizza flavored ones. They were okay. I was not a big fan though. Strawberry Pop-Tarts tricked my brain into thinking I'm not eating anything unhealthy. Yep, that's how they get you. With the fruit flavor in there, for sure. Yeah. I'm a chocolate girly. Even now, I always put chocolate in my coffee every day. I use like 3 different flavors of chocolate. I rotate between chocolate, peanut butter chocolate, and white chocolate. I love my chocolate. But yeah. Anyways, mayhaps we'll continue the case then. So again, if you need to head out for spoilers, please do that. Because this game is wonderful, and I do not want you to be spoiled on it. Anyways. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Oops, in the game window. Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue? I got white chocolate mocha flavored creamer from the store today. Ooh, I hope it's good. I hope it's very yummy. I do like white chocolate. I didn't really eat it much when I was younger, but now I am an enjoyer. It's a nice, like, creamy sort of flavor, I guess. I don't like peanuts, but I enjoy peanut butter. Peanut butter M&Ms are your weakness. I do love peanut butter. It's very, very good. I like different flavors of peanut butter too, like chocolate peanut butter and all that jazz. Very good. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. White chocolate mocha with raspberries, Elite. You like it with the raspberry? I have not had it with the raspberry again because not a big fruit flavored fan. I mean, so I do like some fruit juices and stuff. Like, I have this like blueberry acai fruit juice that I drink sometimes, not like all the time, but occasionally, and it's nice and refreshing. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. I think the number of pistols might be something to ask about. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valiant quick draw shoot'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You're well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. That does corroborate what Zack said. He said he took the one with us. With him. What did he tell me? I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and then there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I drank it so much, this one coffee shop on campus kept raspberry syrup on the menu for you. Oh my god, that's so cool! I love that! That's great! Having an effect on the menu, we love that. You're too powerful. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. One of the coffee shops near my college campus used to serve Nutella coffee. Literally just plain coffee with like a spoonful of Nutella in it. And I now make it at home. That's like my primary use for Nutella. Very yummy. I love having it like melt in my coffee. Only 1 is visible. When was this picture taken? So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom! Is the number of pistols really so important? I'd say it's important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown, he says. Hold it! Find that when you have a roomie and or a relationship, to develop a taste for something they don't like, then your stuff won't disappear. You know what? That's a strategy. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. The one that was left in the crime scene matched the bullet in his forehead. Ha! Good show. I see you two are a magician of sorts.
And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit, as these slow ballots bore me?
Got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. No, no need, no need. Alright, do we have the bullet? We don't. Oh yeah, barrel marks match the one in the victim. Well, I want to parse this last statement just for the dialogue. Yeah. So you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question, skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Vallant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. I called the doctor. Oh yeah, called the doctor, yeah. Ah, it is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnifi's students received the same letter, both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Only one was in the room that night. The one in the room, the bullet matches the one found inside his head.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of these pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left it with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Vallon has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. And that's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallon. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. They compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Also, I never developed a taste for it, but I love super spicy food and he's not a fan, so it cancels out. That's perfect! Yeah! Ah! Mr. Vallant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Uncle Vallant, no! Trucy looked up to you! Order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only provided the type of guns that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning, yeah, and you're still a kid. I am still young, yeah. And, I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Gramery? Yes, Your Honor. You are presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Vallant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. Right? The final fight is about— the real fight is about to begin, not final. At least for him it is. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Is there a potential third party, like the woman that is definitely not Lamorar? Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation here, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue is the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff! I love you, Phoenix. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. Well, focus, haha. And in the time of death determined by the doctor's ear is an incontrovertible truth. Well, the autopsy report, well, alright. Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I've hopes the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus as this case so clearly demands. So I don't have a carbon cutout of Dill Phoenix. Well, I wouldn't say, I don't know. He's interesting to me. Phoenix is interesting to me. Like, what is he cooking? What is he up to? Like, that is not the... I want to know what's going on in his brain. He's hiding something, and the way he acts all, like, shady and everything. Very different from the Phoenix that we knew in the trilogy, and the Phoenix here right now. I mean, getting disbarred would do that to a person, and losing your livelihood. But he's still scheming behind the scenes between, you know, allowing Kristoff to be sentenced in the first trial of this game, and then the, it also describes his relationship with Edgeworth, yeah. He's lurking, he is scheming Riz, yeah. He's a schemer. What is bro plotting and cooking? Point taken. Base system box was all... Oh. Can I not press whatever I want? Have I played the Great Ace Attorney? I have played it. I have played the Great Ace Attorney. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I love it so much. I even have a Kazuma emote, actually. Yeah, I love it so much. Truly, I wish I could play that game for the first time again. Absolutely peak. Alright. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Last such a feat may be beyond even the great Valiant. Professor Hairbrain Bansies. That was an interesting pair that I did not see coming, but I'm here for it. But there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here the defendant Zach Grammary's sworn deposition. I snuck into his rooms that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. Time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. See, someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. He's so cute. Yes, he is. Hold on. Let me see. Does it make sense? Does it? Let me see. He's saying that, yeah. Arrive at 11, yeah. 11:05, and he said he was there for 10 minutes. And then... more fireworks outside. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear the fireworks. You think I won't be able to get you off. Top 10 out of context Ace Attorney lines. The fact that it's like so early in the game too is also hilarious to me. Like Kazuma just comes out the gate swinging like that and then constantly calling you partner during the whole case. What a guy. I want to press the rest of these first. He does come out swinging. Comes out of the closet, indeed. There might... I don't know. I want to press the rest of these and look at all these. Alright. You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown. Disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason has caused me a surfeit of sorrow. What would I, Valent, be now without him? May the soul of Manny the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, ere attorney. May I remind you that basics marks will learn penalties. Oh, fuck. What a pain this is turning out to be.
Hold it!
Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing. This really does Ryunosuke's opponent. To what depends the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, ere attorney. Oh yeah, we did this already. Yeah.
Hold it!
11:10. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? Usually you do only get an estimated time of death, true. Not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim is taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we have heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Pulls the tube down from the bag to the end. The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. When it comes out, it no longer drips. Yeah. Huh. We could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it is determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. So it was when I, Valent, entered that room. Ten minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. I'm gonna say, yeah. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Wait. Is this where we use the fake evidence? Oh, less than 10 minutes remain. I'm scared. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? And first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. You might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I would have proudly palmed my suspect self. Which always without fail brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won the first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians,
was adorned in this attire then too. And our trophy, a bust. Ah, what day that was. This is one trip to... Agreed, Phoenix. We don't need to hear about magicians' busts ever again. I am 100% with you there, buddy. My lucky color, yellow. Yeah, the PP color, yellow. I think it was used especially for me. Oh my god, so he was getting pee put into his veins. Oh, the IP. More, yeah, IV, more like IP. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? This lucky color, the IV color, I mean, I don't think there's a contradiction there, honestly. I think this might be the 10 minutes might be the issue. I mean, if it's yellow, I mean, it looks green, but if it's in a blue bag and the liquid is yellow, then yeah, it's gonna show up as green through there. I'm gonna hold off on this for now. I think this might be it. At least it is sort of pea-colored scar. Stop.
Hold it!
We entered that hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Gramery, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night? This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see. Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If Toad dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I believe as the witnesses saying they didn't meet, yeah? What is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only after the question, it was an impossibility. What is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? Was there? I don't know. I mean, if Zach left at 11:15, I don't know whatever his escape path would have been. It's like, could they not have met each other in the hallway? I guess I'm gonna have to back up if they did meet. We haven't used a syringe yet, though, and... I mean, I feel like if I put out a contradiction, I'm gonna have to back it up. Precise is right. Sorry, fireworks went off. God damn it, I don't know if you heard that. I don't like fireworks. It's so loud and startling, and my poor Charlie is probably... I wanted to check on him. I mean, he's probably with my parents, so he's fine. He's not alone, but... Is this where we bring out this less than 10 swift minutes remain? It's a celebration. I mean, what is there to celebrate living in America when, you know, earlier this week, apparently the president cannot be charged for any crimes while in office, so, like, basically, we're descending into fascism, like, very fast, but besides that, that is a whole thing, yeah. And anyways, it just sucks here. Anyways, I'm probably just gonna have, like, some drinks tomorrow and just, like, try not to think about living here. Shit, what do I want to do? Yeah, but when I do it,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if he did that today, he could get off scot-free. So in Korea, Asia's just the continent to be. Yeah, I don't know what it's like around the world and like other governments and stuff. I'm sure they all have like their own problems and stuff too, but America is a big joke right now. Anyways, the remaining IV liquid. About 10 minutes have passed. There's been about 20 minutes worth left. Is this it? Is this where we do it?
Objection!
It's not. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You say that about, he's also a felon and a dictator and just awful in many ways. He's disgusting in ways that I'm not gonna get into on here. Yeah, I despise that man. He should be disqualified from running, considering he literally incited an insurrection. But nope, apparently that's not an issue. And being convicted of a felony is also not an issue. You're still allowed to run. You know, felons can't vote in some states, but apparently they can still run for president. Most functioning judicial system in country, indeed. Yeah. The real loser was the American public, indeed. The fact that these are only viable options, and they're also both, like, evil genocidal men, which is also awful. Like one is actively participating in a genocide right now, and the other is a convicted felon, violently racist, also SA convictions or allegations and whatnot. Yeah, they're both very evil men. They're both very evil men. But anyways.
Hold it!
Pinprick. Stop 10 minutes. Like, what? What are we... You think it's fair to say he incited? Well, he definitely played a part in it. Yeah. Yeah. Japanifornia also... Well, Japanifornia also has a very fucked up judicial system. Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, the US sucks. Always has. And, yeah. Anyways. I don't know. Is it a stretch to say that, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, the fireworks, oh god. How much had it... Is this 10 minutes? Is this a third of the bag? I guess that's a third of the bag. I'm just a little stumped.
Hold it!
We didn't run into him? If I need a hint, just... Okay, thank you. I'll let you know if I need a hint. He's saying they didn't meet. impossible. I mean, could they not have passed in the hallway? I mean, I'm probably gonna have to back it up if there is one. You know what? Fuck it. The probably problem I see here is a glaring contradiction in that testimony. This is not it. Why you sound unsure, buddy? Was that a question? I guess it was. You have been warned there, right? Baseless remarks will be penalized. Yeah. Shit. The time of death. Well, the IV drip is... He keeps saying this. We added this statement. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna be what we do. About 10 minutes had passed.
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think. Ugh.
Hold it!
Is the pinprick phrase word the hint? Because I mean, this shows. This is the insulin syringe, not the IV. So. This is about the time of death.
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think that. Any about the cause of death? Yeah? Yeah. Oh my, okay, the fireworks need to stop. Oh god. Fireworks is happening, and I do not like it.
Hold it!
Huh.
Hold it!
The fireworks. Is this color really gonna be the issue? Is this really gonna be it? You know what? Let's see. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time, Mr. Valley. Your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Is this really it? It contradicts the what? Is that really it? What? I got all your bases right here. Is it really the fact that it's... I assume this was a blue pouch, and if the yellow liquid is in there, it would look green through the blue pouch. Is this really it?
Take that!
That's so stupid! Oh, I assure you it's quite based. God damn it! Overthinking again. God damn. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, right? Just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite based. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Oh man. Alrighty. Is it really this, or the fact that the tube is clear? You know what? I have few instances where I overthought in the franchise. That's happened to me many, many times. God damn. I really... Is this supposed to be a clear pouch? Cause... God damn. Let me just get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's the color of pee. Because this witness is a pee-pee head. Take another look at the photo. Look at this photograph. What's this? Confusion, doubt? Tell us what your elderly eyes spy. My elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at the IV bag. What is this? What? Foul magic! What is this? My stupid ass thought the IV was green. No, it's okay. The pee-pee head insult. I thought again, I thought the blue, it was blue and yellow making green. I'm dumb. I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Ah! Cause... Oh my god, Benuis. Ora! What does this mean? Is this some kind of mistake? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. Yeah, green liquid and yeah, this too. No substitute for experience. Valid grammar, as you reminded us several times. Your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to sink. You almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney. You got the order of the phrases wrong. It's Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, not Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Come on, Clavier. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? Oh, because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The IV liquid does appear to sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Is he gonna go off of what I said and say that it's a blue bag? Oh my god! Oh my god! As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. God damn it! Why? I'm like... Fireworks, please stop. Yeah, it's blue. I want to say light blue, yes. What's a yellow liquid in a blue bag? The piss bag. You get green. You get green pee. Go see a doctor if you have green pee. Is the liquid's true color? A very dehydrated pee. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. You need a compilation you listen. Yeah, I literally, this is the reason I did not present this at first. That's literally why. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Does that mean he got close enough to see that the IV was yellow? Ooh, telling on himself. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. Would he have seen splashes of it? If he fired the gun, mayhaps when it popped out of his arm, maybe there were like splashes of it somewhere. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ooh. Your Honor, the defense
request an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Anakazuchi!
What up?
We got the old pursuit! Let's go!
Or for full corner, whatever it is. Mr. Wright, you'll explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. Witness Valen Grammary has testified that the IV liquid yellow was because... I'm gonna say he knew the color because he saw splashes of it.
I know he's got little rabbits.
From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. Suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? And that's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leaves the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
So you admit you're absolutely nothing, huh, Clavier? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Oh, is he saying he put more liquid into the bag to confuse the time of death? Let's make it this straight, Airbright. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait. How am I an amateur such as myself to say perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? Guess the point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Ellen Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. Work a little magic. Syringe, there's our the victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easily enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. You could have cleaned it, buddy. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? But the victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been a traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valen Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock, one that you can manipulate at will. Anakaza! It's like we have him, but we know it's not gonna work out for Phoenix, and I'm like stressing out for that because of that. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections.
Objection!
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. Avert to the device.
underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
What's he talking about?
You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof.
There's no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
Huh? Is it mitigate?
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, fair judge. I have another way to prove my case.
Oh no, here it comes. Here it comes! Oh! What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifi Grammary's diary.
Oh shit.
After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, startling debut, and meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journals that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. I don't like this! I don't like this! I don't like this! I don't like this! I don't like this. May go on but not on. That depends on his hand. All that's left to mine is to lay down this pen. I'm stressed! Sorry, fireworks are not helping!
This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Grammery.
That makes sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all.
But look what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Grammery intended to write again.
I have a really bad feeling about where this is going. Same.
That is, if Zach Grammery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends.
I don't like this, 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 I don't like this!
Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grammery.
I don't like this! I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this!
Are you certain that Magnifi Grammery wrote this? There was no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. If his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammery. Well, how do you like me now, Air Right? Still too green for your tastes?
He was right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. With the evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, it's over. It's time to show them something. I don't like this! I should have said no need. I should have said no need. I should have said no need. God damn it. Oh god, the fireworks needs to stop. Oh god, I need to go check on my doggy. He's not alone again. He's not alone. But you have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to resync this and avoid more embarrassment.
Are you sure about that, Clavier? Are you sure?
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive.
Show us evidence of proves you. I'd be happy to. I'm so so sorry, Phoenix! I'm so sorry! Can we do like the pencil markings to see what was actually written if he did write something else? I mean, a page is clearly torn, so there must have been something written on there. Can we do like the scratchy thing to see what was really written? You can tell he's baiting, yeah. Does he know? Well, clearly he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he doesn't, based on his reaction to the revelation of this page earlier. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know that it's forged. I don't know. He seemed pretty shocked earlier in real time learning about this. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Oh, look, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that! Is it a perfect fit? What the Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary. Does he know? Does he know? Oh my god, fireworks, please shut up. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valet Grammary? Handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Are you sure about that? Ah! They are all lacking critical information! But wait, is this, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Heir Right? Does he know? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Does he know? Does he know? Does he know? This is 2 months after trials and tribulations? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. That's Prosecutor Gavin. This evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Very important piece of testimony. It's not your brother, is it? Is it your brother? Oh, well, if you put it right, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? No, no, no! Judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner. I am very scared. We'll put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh no! He was not aware we would lose 7 years of his career, yeah. Oh, this fireworks needs to shut the hell up. Holding a trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Oh, he got everybody out. I beg the court's understanding. But they had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal. The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well, and you are the witness, I gather. Fireworks are killing the mood, they are. Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter. A painter? And, you're not somehow related to this case? No, well, no, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? He knows. He does know. He does know. He does know. Fuck. Yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh yeah, I mean, I made it. You what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gremery.
And Trucy gave it from... Did Zach put her up to that?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Measham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries. Well, so we are to understand that this page here is
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection!
Now, as the attorney speaks.
Yeah.
Someone emailed this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense.
You believe the prosecutors? Please don't say anything that could like lead me to think certain things. I wanna figure out what's going on by myself. What is going on? It was you who presented this evidence to us in Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Misha, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? Wasn't one Christoph Gavin, perhaps? But he's not gonna say that. I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Hold on. Sorry. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here. Who gave her the...
Trucy!
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
Who? Who's they?
They said it was really important.
Who's they? She looks so proud of herself. She looks so proud of herself for being helpful. It was all a trap, a fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. Trucy did. I mean, I don't blame her for this at all. Like, I mean, she was the messenger, but she didn't know what she was doing, so it's not her fault. I can't hold it against a kid. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. He's not even defending himself. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I know, you knew, he knew. It was fucking Kristoff, wasn't it? Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney. Mr. Wright? I've seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. detect emotions and feelings? Well, I don't know. She's a kid, I guess. I mean, she's still young. Like, how could she know what's really going on? Like, I don't blame her at all in this. She really did not know. I mean, even if she could sense something, like, did she even know she could sense those things? Did she even know she had that power? Who knows? Like, I don't know. I'm not holding a kid accountable for this. This trial is over. I have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I must certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? I am talking about this. God damn it. Bro just ran away. God damn it. Was that his contingency plan? Yeah. Oh, you can't declare a verdict because I'm gonna run away. Oh! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zack Gremory, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gremory Miracle! The Gremory Miracle, the one that is supposedly going to be performed by Valant and... later on. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gremory vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Oh my god, I'm like... The Mason system, what the hell? Well, we're gonna put that on pause for today. That's where we'll stop in. Oh, brother, I'm like... I don't feel so good. But thank y'all for being here. Oh man. Well, we got the story and how that all went down. Yay. Yay. But we're making progress, but thank you all for being here. We'll pick up with this next Monday. Next stream will be Saturday at noon Eastern Standard Time, where we will play 6.2 in Final Fantasy XIV. I missed streaming 14, so I know I literally said I just want to get back to variety streaming, but we have 6.2 to do, so yeah, 14 on Saturday, continuing with this case on Monday. But thanks again for being here, everybody, and raiders, if you're still here, thank you for sticking around. Is there somebody we can raid as well, mayhaps? Is there somebody we can raid? I don't know, I don't know who to raid. I do need to go check on my dog. We'll just end it there, actually. But thanks again for being here. Have a great rest of your day, night, time zone. Good days off if you're in the US. Yeah,